Waiting for that news, their friends, their relatives, people that knew them. We knew that British tech billionaire Mike Lynch had been missing since Monday. Those six people have been reported missing. 5 bodies were recovered, 1 yesterday and 4 were recovered yesterday. Among them, as I say, British billionaire Mike Lynch, who had been celebrating being cleared of all fraud charges during his trial in the United States in June. He had been celebrating with his wife, with his daughter, who, Hannah, has yet to be found. But we are getting confirmation that Judith Bloomer, the chairman of Morgan Stanley International, has been found alongside his wife, Judy. Also found in the last few moments confirmation that Chris Morvillo, too, the lawyer that had represented Mike Lynch during his trial in June in the United States, has also been found alongside Chris Morvillo, his wife, Neda Morvillo. That confirmation coming in the last few moments from the Italian Coast Guard.
Ashna, just take us back a step, if you will, as we're brought this tragic news of the confirmation of those 5 individuals who sadly did die on board the Bayesian that sank on Monday, of course, alongside also the chef. It was confirmed his body was found earlier in the week. What have rescue teams been searching for in the last day or so? They found 5 bodies, but they're still searching for 1, and presumably based on the names you've read out, that they're still searching for Mike Lynch's 18-year-old daughter, Hannah Lynch.
That's right, 18-year-old Hannah Lynch still missing, still unable to be located on that vessel. We know that she was reportedly meant to start at Oxford University to take up her studies there in a few weeks' time. And we know, crucially, that her mother, the wife of Mike Lynch, survived this tragic incident. She was one of 15 survivors. And we know that she is being housed in a local hotel, being kept up to date with every update that's come from those search and rescue teams. Let's remember that this rescue operation, and it was a rescue operation at first and is still, in theory, a rescue operation for Hannah Lynch, started on Monday morning. That extreme weather brought down that vessel, that super yacht, named the Bayesian, on Monday about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, when it capsized and sank. It's sitting about a mile away from me, just off this coast, on an axis at the bottom of the seabed, some 50 feet below the ground. It prompted this huge search and rescue operation. They knew that time was against them. They were really hoping there had been air pockets on that vessel where perhaps some of those that were still missing, 6 individuals in total were missing, could have been alive still. But yesterday, very quickly, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was movement around here on this port side. We've got a view of the operation itself, and we have been seeing this kind of sped-up activity, firefighters, search and rescue teams, divers, crucial in all of this, really ramped up their activity every now and again. The Coast Guard vessel has been coming back, bringing back those divers from that water. We know about 8 of them in total had been in the water this morning, rotating. They're only allowed down there, physically allowed down there at 10-minute windows at a time because of the conditions they're working under. And as we've been telling viewers, this is really meticulous work that they've been doing, and it's proved difficult because, as I say, the ship is tilted. It's been difficult to get into, and it's largely intact. But looking through the windows of the vessel, of the portholes, they've been able to see some of the debris flying around inside. It's been really difficult to try and see into the bedrooms. We know that the communal areas were accessible, but actually it turned out that perhaps furniture, debris of some kind in the capsizing of the vessel had been blocking these doorways in some way, and it was feared that, given that this was 4:30, 4 o'clock in the morning on Monday that this happened, that many of those on board had been asleep. There were 12 passengers, 10 crew members, and ultimately 15 survivors who are found clinging to a life raft, but still missing as of Monday, were those 6 individuals. They had been on board, allegedly celebrating, enjoying a holiday. Mike Lynch, having been cleared of those charges in the United States, was on board with his wife, with his daughter, Hannah, yet to be located, and on board with friends and lawyers who had helped him be cleared of those charges. It is understood that divers are still out there, and whilst they have seen no signs of life just yet, it does sort of confirm, really, that this is entering, certainly, almost certainly, inevitably, perhaps, a recovery mission for Hannah Lynch too.
Ashna, thanks so much for that, and stay with us. We're going to keep talking about this. Just to recap the state of play, that a reminder, as Ashna was saying, there were 22 people on board, 12 passengers and 10 crew. The Bayesian, when it went down off the coast of Sicily early on Monday morning. 15 survivors, with 7 missing initially. Quite quickly, the body of Ricardo Thomas, the Canadian chef on board, was found, and he was the first tragic death from this issue of the 22. 6 were still missing over the course of the last couple of days, and in the last 24 hours, 5 bodies have been recovered from the boat, and the names of those 5 have been confirmed as the British tech tycoon Mike Lynch, Jonathan Bloomer and his wife Judith Bloomer. Jonathan Bloomer is the chairman of Morgan Stanley International and has had a big, successful career in the City of London. The lawyer Christopher Morvillo of Clifford Chance, who was senior on the defence team for Mike Lynch in his recent case against US prosecutors, case he was acquitted from fraud in just a few weeks ago, and Chris Morvillo's wife, Neda Morvillo. The one remaining missing passenger is Mike and Angela Lynch's 18-year-old daughter, Hannah Lynch. Ashna, you've been there all week. It's been a roller coaster, no doubt, of emotions for the people there, but no more so than those people who are on the boat waiting agonisingly for the news that has reached them and been confirmed today, though there remains a modicum of hope, or is that too optimistic, about the one remaining missing passenger, Hannah Lynch, who's 18?
I think we're sort of entering an inevitable end to this chapter. I think by Monday night there were fears, but very much hopes were alive. And then come yesterday, I think once the retrieval of some of those people on board started to happen, I think it's fair to say that the chances of survival were all but gone. And for families and relatives of those, and these were very prominent, well-known figures. I mean, you know, the chairman of Morgan Stanley International, Jonathan Bloomer, and his wife Judy, but also Chris Morvillo, a well-respected lawyer at the law firm Clifford Chance, and his wife, a jewellery maker, Neda. There will be people learning this news for the first time, maybe people that were connected to them in some way, friends, perhaps even relatives. But we understand that Italian authorities are doing their best to support the families. We know that support is being offered to them, they are being housed nearby, and we know that they also, those British nationals on board, are being supported by the British Embassy too. We've been speaking to the Italian, ambassador here in Italy, Edward Llewellyn, who has spoken about how he has had contact with those survivors. He has been helping them, or his team, officials there, have been helping them with things like paperwork, with things like phones, communication devices. Of course, everything that they had on them at the time when they set off for this holiday has gone down in this yacht. And it's been a difficult time for them, absolutely. It's also been a difficult time for people in this local area. This is a very small village, as we've been saying. This is a fishing village predominantly. I'm standing in the marina itself. So when you have every single day some 50 or so personnel over there, search and rescue teams constructing what is almost like a makeshift headquarters, it's quite an impressive and extraordinary operation to watch unfold. And there was that kind of that fascination with it. But as soon as that movement became apparent yesterday, that perhaps those divers had found some people, the mood very much shifted. It became more sombre, and the poignancy of what people were watching and witnessing was not lost on individuals. Locals here with their children, holding onto their children's hands, clutching onto children as they kind of watched as those bodies were recovered. And the process has been as modest and as respectful as it's able to be. There is a red coastguard vessel, also one owned by the search and rescue team, and between them it's also been acting as a kind of mobile centre, mobile operating unit, the bigger coastguard vessel. The divers have been getting refreshments, getting changed, swapping over diving equipment on that specific place. But once they have found those bodies, they then use a separate search and rescue vessel to bring them ashore, and you can hear the radio sometimes crackling over the port, and it gives you an indication that perhaps they're on their way back, and thoughts turn to what they may have had on board. And you could see on the back of the boat those people, two divers, essentially hinching up the bodies that they had recovered one by one to teams ready to receive them. And yesterday it was a really poignant sight. All of those, as I say, some 50 emergency services personnel lining up on the port side, on the harbour side, almost like a guard of honour. And before they'd been chatting away, but then once they'd retrieved those bodies, it was almost like this silence fell as they recovered those bodies, loaded them into the ambulances, and they were taken to nearby mortuaries.
Ashna, it must have been an incredibly draining week for those rescue divers as well. We have mentioned a number of times, of course, that the search continues for 18-year-old Hannah Lynch. Do we know if the search continues on the boat itself, or whether, although the investigations, of course, of what happened to the Bayesian will continue for days and weeks to come, whether the divers are no longer specifically searching on board the boat for her, and the search for her has broadened out or gone to a different area, or are there divers still down there in that regard?
I don't think those divers are going to stop until they have found the final person that they are looking for. The divers have been down there in sort of 10-minute windows. There are a number of them that are rotating and taking it in turns to go down there. It's a very specific skill set to go to the depth, to go down to the depth they're going to, but also to try and work in the conditions that they're operating in. It's incredibly hot here in Sicily. The water, thankfully, is warm, but it is, of course, still dark down there, and they're using their headlights as best they can to try and access the vessel. It is intact, this vessel. Even the mast is set to be the huge 70-foot or 70-metre sailing mast is said to be largely intact as well, but the hull of it was. And we know that sort of day 2 of this operation, they were starting to attempt to make their way inside. There have been dive teams that have come here from places like Naples, from Rome, from Sardinia. The resource has been pulled in, really, to try and get the best of the best on site. The divers have been assisted by technology too. We've been hearing that they're using remote-operated vehicles, essentially like under-the-water robots that are running along the seabed. Helpful because the hull itself is lying on the seabed, so they're beaming back pictures and videos that are being assessed behind me in those tents. And on the table, in front of those search and rescue teams and officials who are in charge of managing and communicating with those divers on board the Coast Guard vessel as they go in and out, are diagrams, are photographs, are dimensions, things that would be, and maps, things that are very, that will be very helpful, that have been very helpful in trying to locate specifically the bedrooms that they fear that those people may have been inside. We are unsure where the final person is located. Yesterday, we found out from authorities here that 2 of the bodies that they had recovered were hidden behind mattresses, and we were being told that there was a lot of furniture around, a lot of debris, and given that they were found behind mattresses gives you, I think, a clear sense that those 2 bodies at least were found in bedrooms.
Ashna, thanks so much for that, and do stay close. A reminder of the very sad news this morning that the death toll from the Bayesian, which sank on Monday early morning off the coast of Sicily, has now risen to 6. Earlier in the week, the chef, Canadian-born Ricardo Thomas, was confirmed, and just in the last 20 minutes, Ashna confirming to us via the Coast Guard in Sicily that the deaths of Jonathan and Judith Bloomer, Christopher and Neda Morvillo, and Mike Lynch have been confirmed. The search for 18-year-old Hannah Lynch continues. Our thoughts and prayers with the families of all of those individuals. We did now want to talk a little bit more about one of them in particular, and bring in a friend of Mike Lynch, Brent Homan, the entrepreneur and investor who's able to join us. Brent, I'm very sorry to you, as I know Mike was a friend of yours, but what is your reaction to the confirmation that he's one of the dead on board the boat?
Obviously, we were all hoping for a miracle. We knew it was unlikely, but you still hold out hope. As you've been saying, these things can happen. So it's just so unbelievably tragic for him to have gone through what he went through over the last 12 years, defending his name and not really living a full life. And to now for his death to be confirmed is obviously incredibly sad. And I think, what I can speak to really is just the reaction of the broader tech community in the UK to such a titan and a figurehead passing away, and so much sort of untapped potential and so much more that he would have been able to do.
And because he'd had such a long fight to clear his name, his acquittal coming in the US a few weeks ago, do you think his achievements in business and in tech had almost been misrepresented or not given sufficient praise over the course of the last decade?
I think in the UK, we are, again, tragically good at making people go from hero to zero very quickly. It's a sort of narrative that people quite like. Yes, I think it would have been tougher for him to have held his head up high. But, when you look at the reaction and the reaction that you and others and I have had to his passing now, you'll see that the tech community are just saying, wow, he really made an impact on us. He really was an inspiring figure for so many. He really did help people commercialize inventions at scale. So I think, it is important now that his passing is confirmed to think about his legacy, to think about, I'm sure the family will be thinking about that when they're gone through the worst of their grieving. But I think it's important that his legacy is celebrated and his impact on entrepreneurship in the UK is highlighted.
And just for our viewers that aren't aware, remind us of his first great business triumph, which was a company called Autonomy.
Yeah, Autonomy was a triumph of his understanding, his deep understanding of mathematics, and I guess what today we call machine learning, which is the precursor of AI. And really, it enabled you to make sense of unstructured data. He pitched me the business 28 years ago when he had just recently started it. And it was the ability to both find unstructured data and then be able to commercialize that at significant scale that was so unique about the Autonomy story.
What was he like in that pitch back then, Brent? Presumably, you were both young men then, and did he still have the brilliance, the confidence to go with the pitch?
Yeah, absolutely. Always the confidence. I mean, look, definitely an enthusiasm and a passion and a love for the maths and the science and the computer science, as it were. But I think it was that enthusiasm that, and even though I didn't understand the maths, I realized it was credible, which is interesting in a pitch. You often get people with smoke and mirrors and that sort of stuff, but you could tell this was someone who understood at a deep level what his product and invention basically was able to do. And so, although I was very naive and young at the time, I was like, I told my bosses, came back telling my bosses, we should sign this up. This should power our search engine.
Clearly, that business grew, and he sold it in 2011 to Hewlett-Packard, a fateful sale in some regards, which maybe we'll come back to. But since then, he's had other very high-profile business successes, if you're within the tech community in the UK. But given some of the coverage of his court case, many outside that don't know. What was the next big success?
Yeah, the next big success was obviously Darktrace. So he was able to keep a core loyal team from Autonomy who left and worked with him at Invoke Capital, his venture fund. And Invoke was part of the incubation of Darktrace and found what I understand is a brilliant CTO from Cambridge again. Mike was also very instrumental in this Cambridge tech cluster. And Darktrace is a company that uses machine learning and artificial intelligence to prevent cyber attacks. And it does that at a wonderful scale. Again, it's a world leader, and went public, obviously, and was just taken private, or is in the process of being taken private for $5 billion. So another amazing story for UK tech. We lament so much that the UK is not able to scale tech. And here is somebody who did it not once, but twice. And whatever one says about autonomy, it's still got to a massive scale. So it's that we want to celebrate, understand, and think, how do we have more of those stories in the UK? Because the UK needs more of them. And then the next company that his company was instrumental in was Luminance, which is legal tech. A lot of people now talk about how artificial intelligence is going to help the legal industry be much more efficient. And Luminance is another one of his companies that does that. So let's see whether that can get to that sort of scale as well.
Bren, you mentioned some of his character traits when you met him first decades ago, and those character traits continued. What about in your more recent conversations with him, whether it was just before or just after he faced trial in the United States? What were those conversations like?
I think obviously resilience, still wit and warmth, but also a courage, I think, would have to come now, because the courage to face up to the pressure he was facing, which is basically your whole life being destroyed by the US justice system, had he been found guilty. And I think his courage to face that trial rather than go to a country with no extradition treaty. So if he did that, he could have gone to a country with no extradition treaties and not had to go to the US. But he was a man of integrity who wanted to clear his name, I'm sure, for himself, but also for his family.
And I guess, Brent, the thoughts chief among them today are with his family and his wife and daughter. It's almost an untold tragedy for them, given the turnarounds, the roller coaster ride their family has been on.
Yeah, I'm sure from the sort of elation that they would have had, the minutes where the judge says you're innocent, not long ago, as you've said, to this absolute tragedy of losing a husband and a daughter, presumably, and the tragedy of going through that accident herself for Mike's poor wife. So it must be unbearable, and I hope that she has close friends around her giving her courage and strength, because I think many of us can imagine that going through that must be just frankly unbearable.
Well, Brent, we really thank you for joining us to give us that perspective on so many levels. Brent Hoberman, a friend of Mike Lynch and investor that knew him and his achievements in business very well. Let's return to Ashna Hurinak, who's, as you know, live for us in Porticello, Sicily. Ashna, recap for us the news that we've learned in the last hour.
Well, the Italian Coast Guard has confirmed to Sky News that the 5 missing people who are now confirmed to have died in the sunken superyacht, their names have been confirmed by the Coast Guard to us as 59-year-old British tech tycoon Mike Lynch, his friend Jonathan Bloomer, his wife, Jonathan's wife, Judith Bloomer, and Christopher Morvillo, a friend again and a lawyer of Mike Lynch's, and also Christopher's wife, Neda, who is also a jewellery maker. This news coming, as I say, from the Coast Guard authorities who have been conducting this search and rescue operation in conjunction with those on land, in the air, and those on the water as well. And also, as we've been telling our viewers, those specialist dive teams. The bodies of those 5 individuals were lifted, 4 of those individuals were lifted out of the water yesterday. One other person, their body had been located last night, but they were they weren't unable to be retrieved at that point. So this morning we watched as that fifth person was brought ashore, put into a white ambulance and then driven away from the scene here, taken to a local hospital where formal identification has now taken place, as we understand it. Italian authorities have been working with the families of those who are here in Sicily. We know that some relatives of those affected have flown out here to Sicily and are staying nearby, supported by local teams here on the ground. But that work is still ongoing because we know that 6 people were missing on Monday and there is still one individual that remains missing. Hannah Lynch, the 18-year-old daughter of Mike Lynch, was also on board that vessel. And at the moment, we understand that she is unable to be located at this stage. But we know that divers will not rest until they find her. We've just seen divers putting on their wetsuits once again and heading out there. There are some already at the shipwreck site. They do a changeover as quickly as they can, as soon as they can. They pass on information that they've learnt from those having been down there, and back under they go in this kind of ongoing, desperate search that's been going on since 6:30 this morning and very much hasn't stopped since Monday, since they were able to get into the water. They haven't stopped searching. Meanwhile, at the same time, Italian prosecutors here have been questioning witnesses that night, that morning. They've been talking to those who were present, also on board that ship, and also those who survived this incident. Once it was, they were fit and well enough to do so, and were able to coherently remember those events. Their thoughts, their testimony was collated. All of it's going to be helpful to the future investigation that's currently ongoing, certainly from the Italian side. But also, too, that information will be shared and passed on wherever relevant to the British authorities. Those from the UK Accident and Emergency Branch, they have confirmed to us that 4 inspectors landed in Palermo 2 days ago now, shortly after finding out that that incident had happened. They will be assessing things like the stability of the vessel, how it was operated, the weather conditions that day, and whether it had been operated in the correct fashion, whether it was able to withstand too the dramatic weather conditions that initially caused all of this to happen.
Ashna, thank you again for recapping all that we've learned in the last hour. Stay close, as I know that you will. We're going to bring in now former Royal Navy submarine captain Ryan Ramsey. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us. First, a question which perhaps you won't be able to give us a definitive answer on, but they've been searching the vessel now for many days and they've recovered 5 of 6 missing bodies. Is it still quite possible that there is another one on board that they haven't been able to find or reach yet, or is that unlikely?
Good morning. I think that if there's one other missing person, they'll need to do a full search of the yacht in order to determine that. So actually, it's not known whether the body is still within the yacht or it's elsewhere at this stage.
In terms of the process of searching a boat that is 50 metres down, and I guess the sense of exhaustion that the divers would have felt. Talk us through that and some of the perspective you can give.
Well, I mean, my heart goes out to the divers that have been involved in this. What started out as a rescue operation is now a salvage operation. It's been exceptionally stressful for them, both mentally and physically. So if you take into account just the pressures that they're operating under, those are considerable. You take into account that it's dark, it's a platform that they've never been inside before, and they're having to recover bodies. That's huge amounts of psychological stress for those divers.
How physically tiring is it to be that deep, to come up and down, to go back and forth for multiple days?
It is exceptionally tiring for them, but they will be trained to do some of this. But this is an exceptional, what started out as a rescue operation in depths of water that they would primarily not want to operate in. So just the transit from the surface to the 50 meters down takes a considerable amount of time. And then, of course, operating, you've only got a small window. You want to achieve as much as you possibly can in that window. That creates stress. And then, of course, you've got to recover afterwards.
Clearly, so much of the focus thus far has been on recovering those bodies, and the incredibly sad news that the death toll has certainly risen to 6, with one person still missing this morning, being all confirmed. Focus in the days ahead will turn to what happened and why these deaths came about. Have you had any further thoughts as more information, drips and drabs, have come out as to how it is possible for a boat this expensive, this advanced, to have sunk as quickly as it did?
I have given that thought. I think we do need to give those that carry out the accident investigation, they need to carry out that process. What I would say is that the vessel was at anchor to start with. It wasn't underway, which means, for example, the crew, there'll be less crew on watch at that particular time. So actually to respond quickly takes longer. So that's the first part, the crew availability to deal with this situation. The second one is that it was a very, very unique set of events that happened. And I don't think it would be interesting to see if any safety case had been prepared for a water spout to be able to deal with that. And the third part that will need to be looked at is actually the combination of being at anchor with a water spout, the impact of that on the platform itself. So what you'll find, I suspect, is that the platform operated as it should do, but it just wasn't prepared for that particular event.
Does that explain why it might have overturned and capsized, but not perhaps why it would have managed to take on quite so much water so quickly?
I think it does offer part of the explanation as to why it capsized. If the anchor's holding it in place and it's being subject to huge amounts of force, then that can happen. Why it took on water so quickly could have been for a variety of things. So, for example, during that really violent process, hull valves could have breached, so water comes in via that way. Windows would have been smashed, so water comes in that way. And if you put the combination of all those things together, that could explain why so much water came in so quickly.
In terms of how long it takes to get definitive answers, what's your expectation there? And do you think we will get definitive answers? I guess it seems that the boat is very much intact and presumably all of the relevant information can be gathered.
I think we will get definitive information from this. It may take some time. We're not talking days, maybe not weeks, maybe a month, 2 months or so. Firstly, they have to salvage the vessel, so they need to get the vessel off the bottom and back on land to look at it. And then, as with any investigation, if you look at aircraft, when incidents have happened with those, or flight and submersible, and when they recover that stuff, they put it all back together, and sometimes it can take months to come out with the exact answers as to what happened.
And just finally on that note, who has authority in this situation? Is it close enough to the Italian coastline that it's Italy that's in charge?
It's within Italian territorial waters, so yes, it would be Italy that takes the lead. But I'm certain that, as with any investigation, they will want to draw off the best from the world in order to make sure that they get the right answers. In the maritime world, everybody's very collaborative about how we deal with this. They'll want to learn lessons. They want to pass those lessons on to other mariners.
Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Let's just recap the news that we got an hour or so ago. Of course, earlier this week, the Bayesian sank off the coast of Sicily near the Porticello fishing village, and on board it had 22 souls, 12 passengers and 10 crew. There were 15 survivors immediately, with 7 missing. In the first day and a half, it was confirmed that Ricardo Thomas, the Canadian chef on board the boat, had died. His body had been recovered on the surface, with 6 people still missing. In the last 24 hours, 5 bodies have been recovered from on board the boat by divers, and those 5 people were identified formally by the Italian Coast Guard in the last hour. They were Jonathan and Judith Bloomer, Christopher and Neda Morvillo, and Mike Lynch. Mike Lynch's 18-year-old daughter, Hannah, remains missing. Mike Lynch, of course, has been very much in focus, having recently been acquitted of a fraud trial in the United States. Indeed, the gathering on this boat was to celebrate that acquittal and why it brought together so many of his friends and family, some of whom were directly involved in the trial. Let's just remind you of who Mike Lynch is, or sadly, who Mike Lynch was. He set up his first company, Linnet Systems Limited, in the late 1980s. In 1991, he founded Cambridge Neurodynamics, a fingerprint recognition business. He co-founded Autonomy, using technology he had developed while a student at Cambridge University. That was in 1996, and was awarded an OBE in recognition of his service to UK enterprise in 2006. Autonomy was sold to Hewlett-Packard in 2011 for $11 billion. Soon after the acquisition, HP said that they'd uncovered serious accounting improprieties at the company. That led to a long trial and a long process where he was accused of fraud, ultimately in 2018 being indicted in the United States on criminal charges of fraud. He unsuccessfully fought to avoid extradition here in the UK to the US, and ultimately then had to testify before a jury in San Francisco earlier this year. He'd been kept under house arrest in San Francisco for over a year leading up to the trial. In June, he was cleared of all charges by a US jury in that fraud case related to the sale of his company back in 2011 to Hewlett-Packard. And we're able to bring back in now our correspondent, Ashna Hirinak, who's been covering this story for us all week. And Ashna, you go through that context once again. And of course, Mike Lynch is not the only person to have lost his life here, but he was the man that had gathered this group, a group to celebrate the great news he'd had just months earlier, which adds to the tragedy and the loss of life that has been confirmed today.
It's understood the Lynch family owned the vessel. The Bayesian Superyacht was theirs, the £30 million boat, as you say, chartered for this special trip. Locals here say they could hear music sounding from the boat. The lights are on till very late, till the early hours, of Monday morning. There are reports from some of those survivors on board, 15 of them managed to survive from this, at 4 o'clock in the morning on Monday. The vessel started to tilt, they describe. Before then, we know it had capsized by 4:30, so within half an hour, there must have been utter terror on board after what you say had been a holiday. We know that the vessel had been hopping along the Italian coastline and had arrived here not very long ago. And we know that it was moored some 100 metres from the end of the pier. If you sort of stand by the port side, you're able to just see the vicinity, the invisible cordon that essentially has been put in place. It's manned by about 4 coastguard vessels, smaller tenders, smaller ribs among them, but also bigger ones too, where that is essentially the coordinated effort that's going on, is concentrated on that area. The robot that they're using to assist in this, the ROV is its proper name, the remote control device, is running alongside the seabed. It's capable of reaching depths of up to 300 metres. This current level of water that they are investigating, the hull is lying on the seabed some 50 metres below the surface of the water. And whilst divers can go in for a maximum of 10 minutes at a time, this ROV can operate for up to 7 hours. So they're able to, even though the divers might not be in there all the time and every single minute of the day, they are able to get a constant feed, if you like, of pictures, images that are being provided to the search and rescue teams, who will then go on to provide it to prosecutors and authorities that are looking into how this happened. As you mentioned, and as we've been talking about, tributes are being paid to those who are missing and now confirmed dead. Mike Lynch had been on board alongside his wife and daughter. And crucial in all of this, while there are now 6 people confirmed dead, 6 including the chef on board whose body was found on Monday very near the wreckage, there are tributes that are being paid to some of those. In fact, we were speaking to a cousin of Ricaldo Thomas. He was known as Rick to his friends and cousins, who described him as being a free spirit. He had a very beautiful soul. And another friend told us he was one of a kind, a very special human being, incredibly talented, with a contagious smile and laugh. Rick, or Ricaldo Thomas, of Canadian and Antiguan heritage. He was one of 10 crew members on board. And given what we know about the other victims of this tragedy, he was the only crew member to lose his life. The search is still ongoing for 18-year-old Hannah Lynch, who we know is the daughter of Mike Lynch. She was on holiday with her parents. There are reports that she was due to go and study English at the University of Oxford, starting in a few weeks' time. And we heard when news broke that she had been missing, we'd heard from her school in West London that they were incredibly shocked by the news that Hannah and her father were reported missing in this tragic incident. But as we have been reporting, Sky News understands that from the Italian coastguard has confirmed to us that 5 of those individuals have now been identified, Mike Lynch among them.
Ashna, it's just sort of untold the level of tragedy, whether it's relating to what Mike Lynch has been through recently or focusing on Hannah, who the search for obviously continues, who would have just got her A-level results. It's really so awful. The same, of course, applies to Jonathan and Judith Bloomer, Christopher and Neda Morvillo, and to Ricaldo Thomas. It raises a thought to me, Ashna, of course, of those that have survived and what they must be feeling as these bodies were recovered in the course of the last 24 hours. Presumably they're still there in Italy, are they? And were there for the identification process and must be going through such an awful, awful process themselves. And
naturally, they will be thinking about how lucky they were. We were speaking to the head of paediatric care at a children's hospital here in Sicily. He was the person that treated a mother and her baby who had been sleeping on the deck of the yacht. It was a very warm morning, and perhaps the baby was restless, but for whatever reason, about 4 a.m., she and her child were sleeping on the deck, and the doctor said that she was in the water within 2 minutes. Such was this tilting of the vessel and then the quick capsizing of over half an hour. She said, and she was terrified at the point that she lost control of her, she lost from her arms, her 1-year-old, but regained her over a matter of seconds. You can only imagine the terrifying nature of all of this. It was dark, it was pitch black in the morning, and to have this, to be awoken if you were sleeping by this movement of the vessel must have been truly harrowing. And the doctor that cared for them, they were taken very quickly to accident emergency services over in Palermo, a few miles away from Porticello. The doctor she was telling the doctors and nurses how she was incredibly upset. She was shaken, and she just kept thinking about those who didn't make it. And it must have become quite apparent because those some 15 survivors were clinging on to a life raft which had been deployed off the vessel, among them the captain, among them other crew members, but also passengers on board too. Were clinging to...
Ashton, I just wanted to ask, and you perhaps can turn around over your shoulder and talk us through, but it looks like some of the boats are returning in, and we might have to cut away from those live pictures in a moment, but whilst it's still docking, is this the boat, the main boat that has been part of the search and rescue throughout the course of the last few days? And of course this comes in a moment whilst they are still looking for the body of 18-year-old Hannah Lynch.
They are. It looks as though... So that is the vessel that has been bringing ashore those bodies that have been found and retrieved. There is an ambulance on standby. It doesn't look in my line of vision that they are carrying anything. Usually when those bodies are being recovered and when they are being brought ashore, there are two divers. They're dressed in very distinctive bright orange wetsuits, and they're standing on the back of the vessel of that very same boat that you're seeing on your screen. That red hull, that belongs to both the firefighters and the search and rescue teams have been operating off this vessel. That is the one that has had the bodies loaded onto it, and that is the vessel that they come from. It doesn't look to my eye that is happening. It could well be that's a change of divers. It could be or even just another briefing to kind of gather their thoughts, collate where they are.
And Ashna, we were hearing, of course, earlier from a former Royal Navy submarine captain about the huge amounts of both physical and psychological stress that the divers will have faced over the course of last week. And of course, they've been coming in and out over many hours and days. We have just under a minute left. Remind us of the key headline this morning, Ashna, that has broken. A word on those first responders, on those divers who will have faced the most distressing and traumatising of sights. They knew they were looking for 6 people on board that vessel. Today, we have confirmed this morning by the Italian coastguard that 5 people have been recovered and have been identified. Among them, 59-year-old Mike Lynch. So too has been recovered Judith Bloomer, the chairman of Morgan Stanley International, his wife, also the wife of Chris Morvillo, and also Chris Morvillo too, he the lawyer that represented Mike Lynch in June. Ashna Hurinaag, fantastic work. Thank you so much. To reconfirm, Mike Lynch, Jonathan and Judith Bloomer, Christopher and Neda Morvillo, 5 people confirmed to have died on board the Bayesian alongside Ricardo Thomas earlier in the week. We're going to take a very quick break here on Sky News, but Gareth Barlow will be up next with Ashna with all of the very latest.
This is Sky News Today. It's 10 o'clock. The headlines this hour. Yacht disaster. 5 bodies pulled from the sunken luxury superyacht are identified. But Mike Lynch's daughter is still missing as we speak to a friend of the tech tycoon.
Obviously, we were all hoping for a miracle. We knew it was unlikely, but, you still hold out hope.
We'll bring you the latest on this developing story as the CEO of the firm behind the boat says yachts like this don't sink.
With the structure, the drift keel, they become unsinkable.
A new Alzheimer's drug which slows progression gets the green light in the UK, but it's too expensive for the NHS. Tackling the small boats, new data just out shows irregular arrivals to the UK are down. GCSE results, the number of top grades falls as hundreds of thousands of teenagers get their results. And the man who wants to be vice president gets emotional in his speech to the party as Oprah sprinkles some star power.
When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us.
Good morning. We'll take you to the new development on the yacht disaster in just a few seconds. But first, some breaking news to bring you about a new Alzheimer's drug. Lecanemab has been licensed for adults in the early stages of the disease. There's some evidence to show it can...
Sounds like an incredible story, both technically and as a fact. As the manufacturer of Perini, and knowing very well how the boats have always been designed and built, the sailing boat, it is well known, they are the safest in the most absolute sense. First of all, because they have very little surface compared to a yacht facing into the wind. Second, with the structure, the drift keel, they become unsinkable bodies.
Let's cross to our Sky correspondent Ashna Hernag, who joins us now from Sicily. And Ashna, there'd been hope for the first couple of days that it might have been a rescue effort. It turned into recovery. And in the past hour, we've heard that 5 bodies have been identified, and also ongoing still the search for Hannah.
It does appear that this is now an inevitable end to this chapter, as those 5 people have been identified from the Italian coastguard. We are learning here at Sky News that we have been told that Mike Lynch is among them, also among them Judith Bloomer, his wife Judy, and also Chris Morvillo and his wife Neda. It does remain, though, a fact that 18-year-old Hannah Lynch, their daughter, Mike Lynch's daughter, is still missing, is still being attempts are being made to still try and locate her body. We know that at this stage it does still appear to be a rescue mission. This is not being formally called a recovery mission, but given the outcome, the devastating outcome that we have been telling our viewers about, hopes are very much dwindling and are very, very slim at this stage. We've also been seeing this morning divers going out again and again. We know that they've got this very short time window they're able to operate under, 10-minute windows, but they are being assisted by new technology that's been brought on board yesterday. We know that ROVs, a remote-controlled operated vehicle, is moving along the seabed, where we know that super yacht is currently being held at an angle some 50 metres below the water, and we know that robot is essentially sending back videos, images to both those search and rescue teams, but also Italian prosecutors who are still conducting their investigation. We know that yesterday the captain of this vessel faced questions from prosecutors to aid their investigation. We also know that they had been speaking to witnesses who may have seen what happened on Monday morning. But the latest from here in Sicily is that 18-year-old Hannah Lynch has yet to be found.
Ashna, thank you so much. And just a reminder, there is plenty more insight and analysis and all of our reporting on the live page on the Sky News website and the Sky News app. You can get it there for yourselves. Yeah. Let's bring you more now on that news that we broke at the top of the programme. A new Alzheimer's drug, lecanemab, has been given the green light to use in the UK.
gli avevo detto a mia moglie, appena vengo, vediamo, le conoscendo, allora perché sono fan. Ah, ma tu li conosci? E quindi ci appaghi in studio 4 giorni. Già solo 4 giorni, lo devo fare. Però, perché non per colpa, perché lei vedeva diventare. Quindi abbiamo fatto albero bello, Fasano, la terza e le grotte di Castellano. Però 4 giorni devo dire di sì, tutto a posto. Sì. Sono andato a una bellina. Ho visto la foto con te. Ma dove è stato? Ma io ho ma mio figlio non c'era stato. Ah, per così, perché io penso che per tua scelta non ci fossi mai andato. Anche se comunque costumare di Lampedusa. Allora, se tu vivi in Lampedusa da Chiave. Ah, va bene. C'è le valli mare. Io Lampedusa ho avuto il piacere di conoscere la ed è un'altra cosa. Però come posso fare? Oh, ciao, aspetta, la lettura del mondo. Sono le cose incredibili. Forse ancora più bella di quello che vedi nella mia. Molto. Ma dove che si sta sul cammino? Non conosco Balbolina Genova. 65 euro a notte. Però grazioso. Vabbè, che per il periodo è questo. Noi abbiamo pagato per un B&B 135 euro. Ma quanto la fatta? 34. Però considera 2 letti, una cucina e una camera da letto. In un posto desertissimo che si chiama la Terza. Le paleoliche però là era diciamo l'appoggio per poi andare in costa. No, noi abbiamo trovato questo carino, vero, c'è il giardino, la doccia, poi la piscina, le stanze pulite grandi. Ma che zona è? Aeroporto, prima del cimitero. Prima del cimitero allora è la piscina. No, devo andarci a Polina Genie. Why was it there and then up? You have land size. They don't have
Obviously, there's still the body of Hannah to be brought ashore, and I'm sure they'll do that as quickly as they can and with respect, as they have shown to all the other victims. And once that stage has been completed, then the operation will move more into an investigation mode. How the casualty occurred, how the vessel sank, what factors contributed to that, what was the primary cause, and that will happen with less visibility in the public domain, I should imagine, to begin with, and it will happen in a much slower and more meticulous time frame.
For the investigators, they have a yacht that is 50 metres below the surface, laid at an angle on the seabed. What will be the initial bullet points that they'll be approaching this via? What are the first steps when it comes to an investigation like this?
Well, they'll be taking a lot of information from the remote operating vehicles that you're showing on the screen now. They'll also be taking a lot of information and feedback from the dive teams that have been down to the yacht. They'll be comparing that with the technical data they already have for the yacht and considering what condition it's in. There will be the question of whether they need to raise the hull, whether they need to salvage the vessel in order to find out further information. So there'll be deliberations going on around that. There's also the question of whether the yacht presents a hazard to navigation and whether it needs to be raised and moved for those purposes. So there'll be a lot of decisions and a lot of different factors coming into play at the moment, and the investigators and also the emergency teams on site in Italy will be having to make those decisions together so that they don't compromise the evidence that the investigators, the casualty investigators that is, will need to come to their conclusions.
You talked there about the remote operated vehicles and then imaging, sensing, scanning that site. I assume it will also be important to get people down there, to get physical eyes on it, as they have been doing so with this recovery element of this. How challenging is it to operate in these conditions?
It will continue to be a challenge for divers operating at 50 metres to have enough time on the wreck to identify open hatches, for example, any damage to the yacht. That's why now we use remote operating vehicles, because they can spend a lot of time down there, not subject to the risks that dive teams would be themselves. So it will be a mixture of divers and ROV operations, and that will be a decision for the emergency response teams now to make. What do they need to find out? What do they need to know? Where are they going to get that information from? And what is the safest and most expeditious way to get that information?
If you were conducting this investigation, what would be your primary areas that you'd be focusing on? Well,
I mean, very much taking into account that the 15 survivors have been through an incredibly traumatic event. One of the key elements will be the witness testimony, gathering that information, because as time passes, memory erodes and becomes influenced by what else they will be hearing. And so I think one of the key things will be to talk to the witnesses while the memories are fresh in their mind, taking into account, obviously, I'm sure they're in deep trauma. A lot of the other information can be collected a bit more slowly. It's probably not as time sensitive as talking to the witnesses and to the survivors of the incident. But I would be focusing on finding out what the crew may have known about the incoming storm, what preparations they would have made. I'd like to explore. Fortunately, 15 people survived. I'd like to explore the circumstances in which they were able to survive the storm and the sinking, and to look at the anomalies and work out the difference between those and the people that sadly didn't survive, and combine it all with technical data and simulation and see what that brings us in terms of evidence.
Really appreciate you sharing your time, your insights with us. Thank you, James. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good morning.
The Home Office has released its latest immigration figures, showing that irregular arrivals were down over the last year period. Almost 39,000 people arrived to the UK irregularly in the year up to June. That's a drop of 26%. Small boat arrivals were down 29% on the same period the year before and made up 81% of irregular arrivals. Almost every person who arrived this way claimed asylum, but 96% of these applications were still undecided by the end of June. The Schools Minister, Catherine McKinnell, said the government has already set to work on tackling the root causes of illegal immigration.
So we've already made rearrangements in the Home Office to...
mai in tutte le cose, cioè, in base all'esperienza. Non solo in tutto mare, anche in montagna, perché tutto ha un disegno, tutto un disegno. Chissà magari qualcuno, qualcuno vuole fare il caso internazionale a livello consiglio, fare cadere l'attuale governo, ma non perché adesso c'è la Meloni, pure quando c'erano gli altri, sono schifo. E chi approfitta di questa cosa abbiamo quelli stessi che non verranno pescati, poi verranno gli ambientalisti, dove ovviamente avranno ragione, si scappano di mentira. Oddio. Forse sempre pure non sa all'inizio di una fase di perfezione, ma no, potevano fare. Quindi fare queste sceneggiate potevano fare. Però forse. Io parlo caiendo, io parlo pure da detto metto pure di fare queste osservazioni perché pure parte in causa. Nel 1990 mio padre si spezza ancora a capo, ma vedete il progetto ne parlo c'è la marina militare, ci spiegarono che stante decompressione quando c'era Maiorca all'epoca ma invece c'era tutta sono state anche quattro sospensioni ormai sono decisi per dirti magari il direttore
allora sono in 3 in tutto
non deve sapere, sì, chiaro, infatti io lo sceglio.
Non è possibile perché manco il sesto non l'hanno tirato. Ah, c'è il fuoco.
la marina militare gli amatori che rimetto c'è Mario dove tu ci vedo negli anni dopo ci sono come una terza live però se sanno che all'inizio la produzione
20 minuti hai.
Non in questo caso, in un piccolo ambiente non è come il nome che ha la barca. stava dai vecchi
I think, it is important now that his passing is confirmed to think about his legacy.
Meanwhile, speaking exclusively to Sky News, Giovanni Costantino, the chief executive of the Italian Sea Group, which manufactured the yacht, insists his boats are safe.
This news absolutely put me in a state of sadness on the one hand and of disbelief on the other. This episode sounds like an incredible story, both technically and as a fact. As the manufacturer of Perini, and knowing very well how the boats have always been designed and built, the sailing boats, it is well known, they are the safest in the most absolute sense. First of all, because they have very little surface compared to a yacht facing into the wind. Second, with the structure, the drift keel, they become unsinkable bodies.
Well, Sky's correspondent Ashna Hernag is in Sicily and has the very latest.
The Italian coastguard has confirmed to Sky News that among those missing, they have been identified as 59-year-old Mike Lynch, but also Judith Bloomer, his wife Judy, and Chris Morvillo, including his wife too, Neda. Their bodies have been located and brought ashore. 4 of them were located yesterday, and today, this morning, we've seen another body being brought ashore as well. The wives of both men, of course, as I say, Judy and Neda. 18-year-old Hannah Lynch, however, due to start at Oxford University in a matter of weeks. Her body is yet to be located. She is yet to be found. This is still a rescue mission, but hopes and chances of survival are understandably incredibly slim. This was, in a sense, an inevitable chapter to this story. It brings now the total number of people who have died to 6, given the fact that we know that the chef on board, Ricaldo Thomas, his body was found on Monday very near to the wreckage. We've been hearing from some of his friends and family who have paid tribute to someone who was free-spirited. He had a beautiful soul and had been working on private boats as first a cook and then a chef for a number of years. Today, divers resume that search for that one missing person who we now know to be Hannah Lynch. They are searching around on the seabed on that tilted vessel lying at the bottom of the water, some 50 metres below ground. They're being assisted, those divers, by specialist equipment, including a remote-controlled vehicle operating along the seabed, sending back pictures and videos to help their investigation, but also their work. Many people had been anticipating news, and now we've had the most devastating of confirmation that those 5 people have now been identified.
The latest there from Ashna. We're getting reaction to this morning's news now. Let's bring you some of that. This was posted on social media. Lord Brown, former CEO of BP, says Mike Lynch should be remembered as the person who catalysed a deep breed of tech entrepreneurs in the UK. His ideas and personal vision were a powerful contribution to science and technology. I send my condolences. We have lost a human of great ability. Meanwhile, David Yellen, PR advisor to Mike Lynch, former editor of The Sun, posting on X, all those that knew and loved Mike are thinking of Angela and their surviving daughter Esme as they struggle to come to terms with such unimaginable loss. I was in touch with Mike before he sailed. He wasn't a mere dreamer of dreams. He was a creator of dreams, not just for himself, but for all those that knew him, worked with him, or invested with him. He was a client of my business for many years and had exciting plans to contribute to the country he loved. And also Ian King of this parish, Sky News, our business presenter, saying, I feel very privileged to have known and spoken with Mike over many years, a visionary and original thinker with a passion for building businesses. There are sadly too few like him in the UK. Ian posting sincere condolences to his family and loved ones. There's plenty more coverage on the live page on our website and also on the Sky News app. You can follow the developments closely there. Also scan the QR code on the screen right now. In the meantime, a new Alzheimer's drug, lecanemab, has been given the green light to use in the UK, but it's been decided it's too expensive to roll out on the NHS. It's designed to slow down cognitive decline by up to 27% for people with the condition. Costs about £20,000 per patient per year in the United States. Meanwhile, the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence has said that the benefits of lecanemab, though, are too small to justify the costs. Serious side effects include bleeding and swelling in the brain. We spoke to one person taking part.
C'era una richiesta in no, come non stamattina la mettere in ma gli ho dato di chiamare. Va bene, allora ce l'hai, perfetto. Ora già Attenzione, perché se cade prima come no, ma non è di ferro, con la calamita non è di plastica, è plastica. Vedi dove c'è questa macchia di luce accanto. Forse con una lenza.
Chiamiamo se
questo. Usava questo che diciamo si posso qua dietro. Lo vedo dove c'è questa macchia di luce.
Ma sono qua. No, gli è caduto il intercessore alla signora qua. No, il coso del microfono. Mezzo agli scogli. Mezzo agli scogli. Mano più piccola, no, ci vuole tipo una lenza. No, è abbastanza. No, qua non puoi venire, Mari. Una lenza gliela puoi chiedere? No, ce l'ho qua, si sta provando. Oh, ma amo, guarda la bambina. Mari, stai ferma. Stai ferma e non ti muovi.
Poi lo capisci che se cadi in acqua e vengono a prendere pure a te. Giustamente lei vuole vado da papà. Guarda, adesso
lasciamo spendere, non c'è problema.
Ma funziona o è meglio nell'acqua?
No, ora dobbiamo mettere io uso qua dolce,
Ciao.
Grazie
mille. Quando torniamo, grazie davvero. Grazie. Avete pure rischiato la bambina, guarda. Grazie.
Anzi, no, vabbè, poi entriamo io, poi tolgo io. Poi vengo. Kamerama così, ma c'era un po' di epoca,
Ho la tua scheda in mano.
Va bene, dai. Dai. Sai che io 2 e mezza sono lì, insomma. Sì, sì, io da Fiumicino vengo dritta in redazione. Allora vado a stare. Perché era un passato di qualcuno. Che voli sono? Può andare? Sì, ti sento, aspetta. Il microfono. Eccoci qua.
C'era uno che stava pescando da canna, ci va una gente del Manchese, io era amicizia,
Se no poi lui per anni, for years, is gonna go like, I remember that day I did it. Oh yeah, grazie. Alla paura.
disperso sul corpo. Abbiamo visto sul corpo poco fa, naturalmente torneremo al canto. Ricordo che manca l'appello a quelli di Hannah, la vicina figlia di Mike Lynch, questo imprenditore britannico, questo magnate ricordo che c'è stato riportato da questa macchina. Sarebbero così complessivamente 7 le vittime da questo naufragio, perché oltre ai 6 recuperati da ieri pomeriggio fino a oggi, quando la polizia è riportata Va bene, glielo scrivo subito. Ok, va bene, grazie. Noi col segnale siamo ancora su, giusto? Sì. Camere di hotel? fate una risata.
Senti, io, Ellie,
Però...
stasera, no, stasera dormi,
arrivo fino qua, sai?
No, ma resta. Io solo credo se c'è ancora da cercare, ma secondo me io ho detto che siamo ormai vicini.
A me hanno detto, rientra stasera, ma non ce la faccio a prendere, cioè se mi devo lasciare il pezzo di devo partire da qua alle 3 per prendere stasera.
No, io mi prendo sempre da rosso perché abbiamo mica tutti i giorni che hanno una bella.
Io l'unica cosa è che domani devo essere in redazione, mi farò un piaglio e quello delle 11 per vedere questo video. Arrivo alle 9. Dai. Io adesso devo un attimo lasciare in attesa di gennaio, poi gennaio spero che ti stacchiamo. Adesso veramente la 6. Però è bello, guarda, strameritata. Ma mi ricordo che mi avevano parlato. Cioè dai, vedi che allora uno a volte, no? Sì, adesso vediamo che ora non è 20, sì, penso di sì, adesso aspettiamo. Ma scherzi, simpatiche però, vero? Giro pian piano, senza fare
Se giro e ci sei.
È bella perché? Senti la campanella, vieni. Va bene. Posso andare in bagno?
No, mi dispiace. Ma se fai così, devi fare così.
È solo per andare a bere, no?
No.
Ma come, bro?
Mettiamo una nota nel registro. Allora sarà interrogato, una chiamata alla lavagna. Aspetta che aspetta io. Vabbè, perché tutto c'è questa tolla, non ti preoccupare, ormai. Questa è una
Times business reporter Michael Lynch said, who's in central London. Really appreciate you sharing your time with us. This tragedy features some of the big names in tech and business. Mike Lynch's vessel, you've covered his career extensively, including some of the twists and turns of it. Just talk to us about the man and who he is.
Sure. Thanks for having me. So Mike Lynch had become one of the most prominent tech executives to come out of Britain in quite a long time. He founded a software company, Autonomy, that became really big and well-known on the global stage. And he eventually sold it to Hewlett Packard for $11 billion. Lynch had turned Cambridge into sort of a hub, a well-known hub of innovation. And he himself had become an advisor to David Cameron when he was prime minister. He had joined the Royal Society. He was on the board of the BBC. So he really had become a big fixture in the British corporate world.
And his time in business, though, was not without its troubles, wasn't it? And he spent many years trying to fight and clear his name.
That's right. Soon after he sold his company to Hewlett Packard, the company said that it had found what it believed to be evidence of fraud and accused him of masterminding this huge deception that, if true, would have been one of the biggest fraud cases in Silicon Valley history. That legal fight took close to 13 years. It led to the conviction of his chief financial officer. He himself was extradited last year after having been found liable in a civil case in Britain. So the odds did not look very good for him, and a lot of people in his camp thought that he faced long odds in winning an acquittal. He himself was extradited to San Francisco. He was kept in house arrest with security guards that he told associates were his roommates. And he spent most of his time preparing for what he saw as the fight of his life, because if convicted, he would have been sentenced to about 2 decades in prison.
Now, you've covered his situation closely, but you never met, I think I'm correct in saying, but you did meet one of the other members of the tragedy that was on board the vessel, Christopher Morvillo. What can you tell us about those interactions and the man there?
Sure. So Christopher Morvillo was a member of a well-known family of New York lawyers. He was a former federal prosecutor and a specialist in defending corporate clients. I met with him in advance of the trial, and he had always been well respected by opposing attorneys, colleagues. They thought that he was a successful prosecutor who was known for not necessarily being the kind of prosecutor you might see on TV who sort of bangs on the desk and is really aggressive. He was much more collegial than that, but still managed to win a great deal of success. And Lynch's legal team, including Morvillo, had managed to secure this victory, which I think a lot of people didn't think was possible.
How is Silicon Valley, how is the world of tech and big business responding to these developments?
I think it's a lot of shock. Ever since Lynch had won his acquittal, he had started planning a comeback. He had already been supervising some research into artificial intelligence, and a lot of people had expected him to, again, become more prominent. He liked being an influential voice on technology, and a lot of people were expecting him to, again, assume a bigger role in how he thought this sort of technology should evolve, how government should incorporate it, all these matters of public policy.
And also worth noting that Judith Bloomer, from Morgan Stanley International on board this vessel, he's been named alongside his wife as well. And this will also impact the world of finance hugely and their family hugely. What can you tell us about him as an individual?
So he was really well known within the city. He had been the chief executive of Prudential, the big insurer. He was chairman of Morgan Stanley International, which is one of the bank's big international arms. He was the chairman of Hiscox, another insurer, and he has been a highly well-regarded individual in the business establishment. He was also known for being very savvy and well-regarded.
Really appreciate you making time for us, Michael. Michael Dillimer said, business reporter at the New York Times. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News. Plenty more to come through the course of the day, including more on this situation. You, of course, can scan the QR code on your screen right now. Meanwhile, is the pendulum swinging back again in Ukraine? We'll be taking a look at the bigger picture with our military analyst, Sean Bell.
qua e quello dentro la borsa. Dentro la borsa. Mi do. Quello è tuo. Ok. Non c'è la bottiglia, quella non si vede, perché c'ha. La vista. qual era secondo te?
has this latest update.
The Italian Coast Guard has confirmed to Sky News that among those missing, they have been identified as 59-year-old Mike Lynch, but also Judith Bloomer, his wife Judy, and Chris Morvillo, including his wife too, Neda. Their bodies have been located and brought ashore. 4 of them were located yesterday, and today, this morning, we've seen another body being brought ashore as well. The wives of both men, of course, as I say, Judy and Neda. 18-year-old Hannah Lynch, however, due to start at Oxford University in a matter of weeks. Her body is yet to be located. She is yet to be found. This is still a rescue mission, but hopes and chances of survival are understandably incredibly slim. This was, in a sense, an inevitable chapter to this story. It brings now the total number of people who have died to 6, given the fact that we know that the chef on board, Ricaldo Thomas, his body was found on Monday very near to the wreckage. We've been hearing from some of his friends and family who have paid tribute to someone who was free-spirited. He had a beautiful soul and had been working on private boats as first a cook and then a chef for a number of years. Today, divers resume that search for that one missing person who we now know to be Hannah Lynch. They are searching around on the seabed on that tilted vessel lying at the bottom of the water, some 50 metres below ground. They're being assisted, those divers, by specialist equipment, including a remote-controlled vehicle operating along the seabed, sending back pictures and videos to help their investigation, but also their work. Many people had been anticipating news, and now we've had the most devastating of confirmation that those 5 people have now been identified.
Ashna there for us. Well, among those who have paid tribute to Mike Lynch is the former chief executive of BP, Lord Brown, who said his ideas and his personal vision were a powerful contribution to science and technology in both Britain and globally. I send my condolences to those close to him. Meanwhile, the former editor of The Sun and Mike Lynch's PR advisor, David Yelland, shared he was in touch with Mr Lynch just before he sailed and said he wasn't a mere dreamer of dreams, he was a creator of dreams, not just for himself, but for all those that knew him, worked with him or invested with him. Well, just a reminder, you can get plenty more details on this situation. There's an ongoing live blog on the Sky News website or the Sky News app. You can get that for yourself by scanning the QR code on the website. Also, there, live images we're showing you of the search and rescue situation in Sicily. Any further developments, we'll, of course, bring them to you here on Sky. In the meantime, a new Alzheimer's drug, lecanemab, has been given the green light to be used in the UK, but it's been decided that it's too expensive to roll out under the NHS. It's designed to slow down cognitive decline by up to 27% for people with the condition. Costs about £20,000. That's per patient in the US, where it's already been approved. The National Institute for Health and Care Excellence here in the UK, though, says that the benefits of lecanemab are too small to justify the costs. Serious side effects include bleeding and swelling in the brain. We've spoken to one person taking part in the new drug trial and his wife, who told us about the difference it had made.
It's extending my normalization or my for a much longer period, and no one knows.
No, è solo un po' di motivo, esce dall'altra parte. No, lo so, ok, qui la batteria sta al 34%. La batteria dell'altra sta ancora al bar a ricaricare.
becomes influenced by what else they will be hearing. I would be focusing on finding out what the crew may have known about the incoming storm, what preparations they would have made. I'd like to explore. Fortunately, 15 people survived. I'd like to explore the circumstances in which they were able to survive the storm and the sinking, and to look at the anomalies and work out the difference between those and the people that sadly didn't survive, and combine it all with technical data and simulation and see what that brings us in terms of evidence.
Well, our correspondent, Sky's Ashna Hurliag, is in Sicily and has the latest details.
The Italian Coast Guard has confirmed to Sky News that among those missing, they have been identified as 59-year-old Mike Lynch, but also Judith Bloomer, his wife Judy, and Chris Morvillo, including his wife too, Neda. Their bodies have been located and brought ashore. 4 of them were located yesterday, and today, this morning, we've seen another body being brought ashore as well. The wives of both men, of course, as I say, Judy and Neda. 18-year-old Hannah Lynch, however, due to start at Oxford University in a matter of weeks. Her body is yet to be located. She is yet to be found. This is still a rescue mission, but hopes and chances of survival are understandably incredibly slim. This was, in a sense, an inevitable chapter to this story. It brings now the total number of people who have died to 6, given the fact that we know that the chef on board, Ricaldo Thomas, his body was found on Monday very near to the wreckage. We've been hearing from some of his friends and family who have paid tribute to someone who was free-spirited. He had a beautiful soul and had been working on private boats as first a cook and then a chef for a number of years. Today, divers resume that search for that one missing person who we now know to be Hannah Lynch. They are searching around on the seabed on that tilted vessel lying at the bottom of the water, some 50 metres below ground. They're being assisted, those divers, by specialist equipment, including a remote-controlled vehicle operating along the seabed, sending back pictures and videos to help their investigation, but also their work. Many people had been anticipating news, and now we've had the most devastating of confirmation that those 5 people have now been identified.
Well, let's bring in Simon Boxall, a senior lecturer in oceanography at the University of Southampton. Really appreciate you sharing your time with us this afternoon. We talk about this vessel laid on the seabed about a depth of 50 or so metres. That's 25 times deeper than an Olympic swimming pool. What will the conditions be like down there on the ocean floor?
The main thing is the pressure. And that means that divers are very limited in terms of how much time they can spend down there without having to decompress on the way up or to go into a decompression chamber. And so they're only spending about 10 minutes on site. But also, although the waters will be reasonably clear in that area, the actual visibility in the boat will be poor because they're going to need lights to see through the boat. And of course, it's full of all kinds of debris and things that are floating around as a result of the yacht being on its side and in the water. So it's an incredibly dangerous and slow task. So they are still searching for Hannah, the last missing person. It's probable she is somewhere in the boat. Sadly, I think this is a recovery rather than a rescue mission now. There is a faint chance that she was thrown from the boat and is in the water, but there's been an incredibly intensive search for people, for bodies, after the incident. It's unlikely. The most likely thing is that she will be found eventually within the boat as they work their way through.
To what degree, and if they do exist in this area, to what degree would underwater currents or currents in the column of water above it be factoring into the decision-making and planning of the rescue effort?
The currents here are fairly weak. The Mediterranean, there are a few places in the Mediterranean, narrow straits like Messina Straits, which are in Sicily and Italy, where you get very strong flows. But generally speaking, the currents in the Mediterranean are very weak. And in this area, the tidal range is only about 20 or 30 centimetres, about a foot. And so the currents are going to be quite weak. We can see the seas at the moment are calm. That does help. Visibility underwater is not bad. You can see you've got clear waters in the Mediterranean there. So the conditions, generally speaking, are good. And it's warm. We know it's the warmest it's ever been in that area. the temperatures at the moment are over 30 degrees Celsius. So the conditions are good apart from the depth and the fact that they've got to work their way through this huge, enormous yacht.
Would it potentially have been the sea temperature and the sea state, but particularly the temperature, that may have contributed to the severity of the storm that saw this incident and saw this vessel being stricken and sunk?
Absolutely. And I think, we are seeing more and more of this type of storm occurring as the seas warm up. Looking at the data over the last couple of days, the sea temperature in this region, in this area, the Tyrrhenian Sea, that's the area to the north of Sicily, it's 3.5 degrees higher than the 20-year average for August. Usually we expect to see storms pick up in September. They're happening earlier and earlier. We've still to get the warmest part of the sea to come. So we will see more storms like this. This intensive sort of water spout is unusual in this part of the Mediterranean, less unusual in the Eastern Mediterranean, which is much warmer. So we will see more of this occurring.
And how exactly does that interplay work out between sea temperature and storm and weather severity?
It's the sea temperature that drives the storm. It's the same with hurricanes. With a hurricane, it's the rising mass of air from the ocean. So that moist, warm air is very light and it rises rapidly. The warmer the ocean is compared to the atmosphere, the more rapidly that air rises. As it does so, it spins and creates, in the open ocean, the Atlantic, for example, it creates hurricanes and tropical storms. In the Mediterranean and this particular area, it's creating sea spouts. And we see these sea spouts all over the world. I've seen them in Southampton Water and the Solent, where we get a very warm August or September sea temperature. So the increase in temperature means there's more energy. If you like, it's the fuel that drives these water spouts.
You mentioned earlier in our conversation that the biggest challenge for the divers will be the water pressure operating at 50 metres below the surface. Obviously, they're using remote vehicles to do some of that searching and scanning for them to reduce the amount of time they need to spend down there. To what degree does that kind of pressure impact a vessel itself? Because obviously, looking at the vessel, its integrity, its structure, and how it's come to be on the seabed will be crucial to the investigation. At those kind of depths, does the vessel itself become affected?
Yes and no. Any sort of air pockets in the vessel will be affected. But 50 metres is a lot for a human being. It's not a lot for most structures. And certainly that depth, bear in mind that the vessel is full of water. The water on the inside is the same pressure on the outside. So we're not going to see a hull crushed as it sits on the seabed. We're not going to see dramatic changes to the vessel itself. Obviously, if you've got something with air inside that's sealed, I don't know, a vacuum flask or something, it might well implode. But those pressures aren't huge, but they are big in terms of human beings, not crushing the human being, but causing air bubbles as the human being comes up. You can imagine taking a bottle of fizzy water or lemonade and opening the top. You're releasing pressure and you get gas bubbles. That's what happens to the human body if it's down there too long, which is why the divers must come to the surface. If they don't, then they get air bubbles in their bloodstream, and that creates what we call the bends.
And we've heard from the Italian authorities they don't envisage lifting the vessel in the short term, but it may be on the cards for the medium term. And at that depth, that's perfectly feasible. But with regards to what you've just been saying, with regards to kind of human operation, that process we could expect to take some time.
Absolutely. They're going to wait for a calm weather window. It might well be sort of later in the autumn when many of the sort of August and September storms have passed over. Their priority at the moment is obviously recovering or rescuing. I think it's going to be recovering this last missing person. At that point, the pressure's off. The ROVs probably won't be going into the vessel. They are tethered to the surface. So they're not sort of remote on their own and not like a drone or something. So you've got the problem that you've got a trailing cable to the ROV, remotely operated vehicle. So they're mainly working on the outside, looking at the condition of the yacht on the seabed. Things like, is the mast broken? Was the retractable keel in or out? And that's a huge factor when it comes to looking at why this yacht capsized. So there's lots of investigation going on that, but the priority at the moment has to be finding this last person. And once that's done, then they can sit down and decide, how do you recover this vessel? It is feasible. There are plenty of techniques one can use to get it to the surface. It's not that deep in that sense if you've got that planning time ahead.
Simon Boxall, Senior Lecturer in Oceanology at the University of Southampton, really appreciate your insights and your time. Thank you. You're watching Sky News Today. We'll continue to have more coverage as the authorities continue their search for the 18-year-old daughter of Mike Lynch, who's still missing following that sinking of the Superyacht. And we'll speak to the Democratic strategist Hillary Rosen ahead of Kamala Harris's speech on the final night of the Democratic National Convention.
Do you know what kind of pollen gets up your nose? Sky News Pollen Reports, brought to you by the Kleenex Your Pollen Pal app.
Well, southeastern parts of Britain will start the afternoon cloudy with outbreaks of light rain or drizzle. Elsewhere, there'll be more in the way of sunshine, but a few blustery showers too. It'll be rather cool. The strong winds easing from the west, though. Later, the southeast will turn mainly dry and sunny, but Kent will stay dull and damp into the evening. The unsettled conditions helping to limit pollen levels to moderate for most places. You've really got it up to central Scotland to get to low, also for Northern Ireland and the Highlands and Islands.
Sky News Pollen Reports, brought to you by the Kleenex Your Pollen Pal app.
to be Hannah Lynch. They are searching around on the seabed on that tilted vessel lying at the bottom of the water, some 50 metres below ground. They're being assisted, those divers, by specialist equipment, including a remote-controlled vehicle operating along the seabed, sending back pictures and videos to help their investigation, but also their work. Many people had been anticipating news, and now we've had the most devastating of confirmation that those 5 people have now been identified.
Ashna Harinag there, reporting for us in Sicily. Well, among those who paid tribute to Mike Lynch is the former chief executive of BP, Lord Brown, who said his ideas and his personal vision were a powerful contribution to science and technology in both Britain and globally. I send my condolences to those close to him. The former editor of The Sun and Mike Lynch's PR advisor, David Yellen, shared that he was in touch with Mr. Lynch just before he sailed. He said he wasn't a mere dreamer of dreams. He was a creator of dreams, not just for himself, but for all those that knew him, worked with him, or invested with him. We'll, of course, keep across the yacht story and that search throughout the day, but I just want to bring you some breaking news now. It's about some dogs who are on the loose. Police in the West Midlands have launched an...
bene, prima. Vabbè. È un po' ventilato.